a
All
bit.
right, thank you.
So nice to meet
Good to
you.
meet you too.
Take care.
All right.
God bless. Safe trip.
Thank you.
You go home tonight or you staying
No,
down?
I'll go home Thursday.
Oh.
I'm on the road Thursday.
Have you voted?
Haven't yet, but I will.
Okay. Well, you can vote here, right?
No, I've got to go back in my little town. It's all good.
How far is that?
It's 4 hours and 50 minutes from here due north.
Oh, be careful.
I call this meeting of the Northeast Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present and that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I'd like to welcome you to this evening's meeting of the Northeast ISD School Board. This is a business meeting of the board held in public. We appreciate your attendance and request your respectful attention. If you signed up to address a specific agenda item, you'll be called at that time. All right. Item 2, President's comments. The only thing I want to say related to this to our audience and those listening online, just a reminder that schools are closed to students on November 5th, which is Election Day. So Tuesday, November 5th, our schools will be closed to students. And then there's some staff requirements that they have separate from that. But all campuses are closed to our kiddos. And it's also, you are able to vote anywhere in the county. The city passed an ordinance, I guess sometime in the last couple of years, you can go to any polling location within Bexar County. So that was my public service message. Item 3, board training. We have Dr. Gibson back with us for this meeting. Thank you for being here. We've got all 7 of us here present and ready. So I will let you have the floor whenever you're ready to go.
I am ready. Let me make sure the microphone is good and everybody can hear me. It's good to see everyone again. I am trying to forget my 23 years as a superintendent and President Byer. When you paused for a moment a while ago, I was immediately saying Chapter 551, Chapter 551. I mean, you were just reading it, and I'm trying to forget that this is under Texas Government Code 551.
It will eventually roll off the tongue.
Yeah, I don't, let's hope not. So thank you all for letting me be back with you. And I think I'll probably look at it in my mind about 90 minutes. And I've been accused of people asking for a sip of water, and I turned the fire hose on. And so we've had a couple of lengthy meetings of recalibration with some new trustees to a previous strategic plan, and just trying to calibrate. And it's a good strategic plan, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into it. And so I'm thrilled that I'm able to be a part of the effort, I guess, to pick it up with the new trustees and then keep it going. So tonight, all to say, President Byer, I'm going to try to narrow the focus to like a specific topic of what I call strategic roundtables. You can call it anything you want to, but we're going to talk about strategic roundtables tonight. You have a packet, I believe. We went analog tonight. They were getting ready to get the PowerPoint set up, and I came with no PowerPoint. So there's an agenda, and then we're going to work back to front with the materials back behind the agenda. But just in way of introduction, in the number 2 item on the agenda, just to anchor back to what some of you have heard several times, a few of you have heard a few times, and a couple of you are just hearing tonight for the first time, and we're trying to get all that pulled together. That one of the reasons that the district committed to a balanced scorecard approach previously is they're listed with some of the primary ones under item number 2, but clarity between strategic objectives and tactical actions. And so all to say the strategic role, or the board they set the objectives for the district, and then the tactical team, the cabinet primarily as the head of that tactical team, they set the strategic actions aligning to the board adopted strategic objectives. So just a reminder about that. We're going to talk, that's the point of tonight, is this relationship between the strategic role and the tactical role. Also, B, we're trying, really tonight is about 2B, so a synchronistic cadence of accountability between the strategic team and the tactical team. So tonight's topic really is 2B. Now, 2C is to narrow focus to high leverage actions. You'll probably heard me say before, if everything matters in an organization, then nothing matters. And so this is really based on Greg McCowan's essentialism. Let's do 10 things 100% rather than 100 things 10%. I mean, that's an oversimplification, but that's generally what we're trying to accomplish. And then probably another part of tonight, our drill down will be 2D, that clarity around what data are the best progress, no progress agreements between the strategic team and the tactical team. In other words, what numbers do we need to look at to see if we're making progress or no progress? So that's a part of the conversation tonight. Another thing, Dr. Micah and President Byer, as I was driving here, I was thinking about a district last week, and I just started with them. And sometimes when I get the first call to districts, I start looking for strategy on their website, if that makes sense. Like what evidence is there of strategy on the website? And it seems like it's hardly ever just right. Like there's either zero or there's just a bunch, like maybe too much. And so all I'm trying to do is to calibrate, am I walking into, hey, let's start with clean sheets of paper, kind of like what we did in here, or are we taking a number of documents and trying to get them to one thing? I'm spending the night here tonight, and I'm working in a nearby organization tomorrow. Lots of strategy, but no overarching repository for all of the various strategy, if that makes sense. And so we're really trying to pull a theme out of a bunch of things. So the thing that I feel like I should say tonight is in the district that I worked with last week, I asked a simple question: what are your strategy documents? And so they said, well, here's the district improvement plan, here's the strategy document that's on the website, here's the superintendent appraisal instrument. Then the board went through a workshop a few years ago, and we set some board adopted goals. Y'all see where I'm going with this, right? So we counted, and they had 7 sets of goals when we finished counting. And so I hated to channel Dr. Phil, but I said, how's that working for you? And it was just unanimous. 7 board members and superintendent, that it just kind of depends on what time of the year it is as to what set of goals we're looking at, if that makes sense. And so the strategic objectives that you have adopted, and I'm looking at a compass behind you on the wall, I would like to make the case that those are overarching strategic objectives should be the compass that everything else aligns to. And the more you can get things aligned to those objectives, whatever that may be, the better off you are. So I thought I would, that's a big part of what we're trying to accomplish is, if you look at go 2 pages from the back of your end of your packet. And we're going to work again back to front, but 2 pages from the very back. Y'all seen this on a slide deck almost every time I've been here. Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3, and Stage 4 alignment. The picture I'm seeing in my mind when I'm talking about getting the various documents to align to one set of strategic objectives, I almost feel like that's the only way you can get the arrows aligned, is have one set of agreed upon objectives at the end that the arrows should be gravitating towards. So Dr. Micah and President Byer, I don't know, that just kind of, I felt like that was important to not look past, because some of the trustees were not here when this room was just papered with trying to get this set of objectives accomplished. And so I have to paint a picture for you that, like those objectives did not just come out of the air. There were, I don't know, Dr. Mike, you had me living here, going around the community for a good 2 months, which was great. I gained a little weight, too many tacos on Tuesday nights in San Antonio. But there was a great deal of very thoughtful and strategic narrowing back to those strategic objectives. So tonight we're talking about those strategic objectives that the board has adopted. And we're going to open up to any number of other aspects of it, but we're really focusing on 2B and 2C, the synchronistic cadence of accountability and the clarity between evidence of progress, no progress. I'm going to, very last page, I'm going to touch on a few things. You've seen this before, but I thought it might be good for you just to walk out of here with this in your hand. And, a lot of this work is based on Edward Deming, the total quality management, and TQM, as a lot of people refer to it. And, one of the things that I had to remember in 25 years of leading organizations is that in the absence of a system, if something goes wrong, we have a tendency to point to a person. And really the first question we should ask is, what did the system do? Dr. Deming also has a quote that I did not put on here because no one likes it, but every system is perfectly designed to achieve the results it is achieving. And so if you don't like the results, then you have to own the fact that we designed the system that's getting the results that we're getting. So we're talking about a systematic progress. Systematic, is it well-defined? Is it repeatable? Is it improvable? And then process of just the steps linked together to accomplish something. So when we talk about a strategic roundtable tonight, I would like us all to kind of anchor our mind around it as a systematic process for this relationship between the tactical team and the strategic team. All right, fair enough? I'm going at warp speed, so you just have to stop me because I want to get to the meat of the matter tonight. Next document in the back, and then now we're bringing the focus in a little bit, is a graphic that we looked at, I believe the last time I was here, on Plan, Do, Check, Act. And I think we talked about, when Dr. Deming first created this, it was Plan, Do, Study, Act. And I just think, especially in education, me being the worst, I can get stuck on study. Like if we're looking at data and I can just nerd out and get, just stuck on looking at data and data and data. Since the origin of this Plan, Do, Study Act, the TQM management group, they've changed it to check. And I'm appreciative of the fact that they've changed it to check, because we should be looking at data that's a quick check. And my point with that is, you've got a team of people, Dr. Mike, is it fair to say that all day long they're just looking at data? I mean, they have conversations and they do other things, but they're also, how many miles did we put on the bus today? How much food did we distribute today, right? It's just data points, gazillions of data points every single day. So a big part of tonight is to think about what's the appropriate amount of the check in Plan, Do, Check, Act that the board wants to experience. We could literally schedule a 1-week workshop, 8 hours a day, and not be through all of the data they look at. Is that fair to say, Dr. Maka? We could go at it 5 days, 8 hours a day, and we wouldn't be. So it seems like such common sense, but it's not common practice for there to be a calibration between these two teams about what's the right amount of data to look at between the two teams. So yes, ma'am.
Usually my voice is so loud you can hear me across
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. What I would like to know is, because we keep talking about how our staff, because whenever we request something, we sometimes, I don't think, actually consider how much work it is
Correct.
for them to do it. So how are we addressing possible feedback from the staff, because we can sit here all night long and make all these demands, but, you know, how does this actually affect them?
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out what we are doing as a board to get their feedback.
So tonight, thank you, because tonight, the purpose of tonight is to talk about that very thing. And I mean, like you just framed it all up. So the conversation is to have a discussion with the team of 8 about what is the right amount. And Ms. Villarreal, I think and I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm going to ask you here in a little bit, do you want to have 1 hour once a month? Do you want to have 1 hour once a quarter? Do you want to have 1 hour a year? Do you want to have 1 hour a week? The staff can deliver on whatever is decided. I think now if it's 1 hour a day, we might get in the way of, if it's 1 hour a week, we might get in the way of them just doing their job, right? I think the key is, and Dr. Micah, I would love, and again, we don't calibrate a lot because we want this to be organic, but the key is to agree on what it is, and then that team knows. And then, Dr. Micah, is it fair to say they're willing to do whatever the board's desire is?
And I want to draw a distinction between us asking for something that might be related to a meeting, like a specific item that might come up that we might hear from public comments or something that
Correct.
we want to look into.
That's different.
Versus tonight is more talking about the strategic objectives and what it is, what's that cadence and what's that rhythm and what's the information that we want to see back to us. And so we will have to take into account some of the volume of work and what we're asking for, and we may need to get some feedback after the fact once we kind of talk about it tonight. But a one-off report or something we're asking for that might take them 2 hours to do, although we do need to be mindful of that on a monthly and weekly basis of what we're asking our staff to give us as information. This is really setting the tone for, the year or more.
And I'm going to make a connection between the two, if I may, because if we get in the cadence that I think the superintendent desires, then you may think as a trustee, any of you, that I would like to know more about something because I heard something, but then you think, wait a minute, we have a priority 1 report coming up already scheduled, and I'll see what happens then, instead of shooting the email now. Does that make sense? And I'll wait until it's in the context of what we're discussing on our schedule, if I can kind of draw. But you're right, President Byer, this is not really just the day-to-day minutia. We're talking about the top line. I think the last time I told y'all we're going to look at the dials on the dashboard. There's only so much room on the dashboard for dials. And so we need to know, Dr. Micah, fair enough, what dials does the board want to look at on the dashboard, and not all the data points if you plug the car into the computer and look at all the data points. Okay, Dr. Micah, fair enough? Does that frame it up? And
ultimately, what we're trying to do tonight is to align with your expectations so that when I go to the technical team, being my staff, and we bring a report to you all, that we know what it is that you're wanting from that report. This is something, for those of you that have been on the board for a while, we just couldn't seem to get aligned to, and we couldn't seem to coalesce around, a standard. For us, what it is what it is, and we'll figure it out and bring it. But then ultimately, as we bring it and report it back to you all, is then some feedback back to me to say, hey, that was enough, that wasn't enough, we would like to see more of this, we'd like to see less of this. And that piece, because ultimately, that's it. It's the reporting back to you all, but also reporting back to the community on how are we doing when it comes to this scorecard that not only staff and you all had input to, but students and our community did as well. And so how do we make sure that we're giving back to them the information that they need to judge how we are doing as a system as well?
And it's a systematic approach, which does not mean it's a rigid approach. it's malleable. I mean, like, things will change. And one of the reasons we had the board not adopt the strategic actions, only the objectives back in the beginning, was because the actions should change. They should develop over time the more we get into it.
Right, but the other piece, Dr. Gibson, just for everybody, because I think this was real salient when you spoke about it, is those actions cannot be board directed, because if we start down a path of trying to do something that you all have asked us to do, and we've deployed a strategy and we see it's not working, well, I don't want to wait until the next board meeting to come back to ask you to, maybe we change direction. We need to be really adaptable and say, that's not working. We need to do this instead and shift direction, because that's what we need to do. It needs to be very flexible.
Correct.
In order to try to get these things accomplished.
And that, just to draw a parallel to what Dr. Micah just said in this graphic, in my mind, when I hear you say that, Dr. Micah, I'm thinking about the plan part of Plan, Do, Check, Act, that you're saying we want to brief the board on something that we strategically abandoned because it wasn't delivering what we thought it was going to do, and we want to make sure the board knows what strategically went away and what's coming back in its place. Is that a fair way to characterize
because
it?
ultimately, as we go, we may get something done. Well, if we get it done, we don't want to sit and wait to come back to you all. We want to go ahead and stop it, put something else in its place, and then come back and say, hey, by the way, in this last year, here's what we got done. Oh, by the way, you may have seen this, but it's not there anymore, and this is why, because we actually accomplished it. Here's the data to support it, and this is what we've chosen in its place.
That's perfect. Now, the round table, then, if you look at this graphic, is not the doing and the acting. That's what the tactical team it's the planning and the checking. We're talking about a round table where the strategic team and the tactical team calibrate on the plan and the check. And Dr. Mike, generally speaking, your cycles when it comes to student, in your mind, is it a 9-week grading period, or is it a semester, or what's the cycle in your mind?
Yeah, so when we first began this, Dr. Gibson, at that time, what we had all agreed upon was that each one of these would come in a quarter. So for students, that quarter came in January, because that's when we got all of our data in. That's when the TAP-R report came in. And so the TAP-R coupled with the scorecard kind of made sense at that point. Stewardship came, as you all well know, in May and June is when we do the budget. So May or June is when we brought you stewardship, because it fit in at that time of the year. The staff component came in September, October. The reason being is the school year's up. We could report then on how recruitment and retention went. We could share with you all some numbers. And then communication fell sometime either in November or December. Stakeholders fell then, right? So that was the cadence that we began with. And that's how it started.
Right. And is tonight that we start from that previous cadence and just ask if that's still the right cadence, or if there's a different cadence? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm with whatever they
team?
agreed to.
Okay.
I need a direction in order to rally the tactical team around, and I want you all to know this. These reports aren't something that they dread. We just need to know what it is, because what they don't want to do is come in here believing that they've worked a week, right, preparing this presentation, and that they've got it all together, and they come in and they can instantly tell that's not what y'all are looking for.
Correct.
So I want to take the guesswork out of it and just be able to say, here's what the expectation is. Let's do it. As soon as we're done, give us some feedback. We can adjust, we can tweak, then we'll do the next one, right? And then it'll just, however that is. It's just that piece of making certain that we're hitting the mark that's expected of the board.
Correct. And I've been on the curriculum side and the HR side and the finance side, and in the absence of that clarity, I'll just tell you, we just go in there and throw spaghetti against the wall and hope that something sticks with at least one or two board members. And that's the non-example tonight, right? Because I love, Dr. Micah, that you just said this. I felt honored to speak to the board. So I didn't view it as a deputy or an assistant superintendent. But man, if I'm just going to tell you, we did not have clarity, and so I felt like I was throwing spaghetti against the wall, and I craved the clarity. Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm understanding, if we decide we want information, that we should give it in the format of, I would like to see A, B, C, and D, and make it very specific to, and not, so that our staff doesn't feel like it's, they're throwing spaghetti at the wall.
Right, well, kind of. I'm not saying no, but I'm going to put a
Okay.
slight tweak to it. You have, you can't throw a rock in this room and not hit a master degree or a doctorate degree in the area that they're the team lead in. And I do appreciate Dr. Micah in this room. Back at the very beginning, we asked, it was a different board, generally speaking. That's why we're asking again. But we asked them what they thought the most important, like if we had to boil down 100 dials to 5 or 6 dials on the dashboard, what would they be? Now, that doesn't mean that it's right, but I would argue that that's the place to start. Once we kind of agree to a broad construct, let them say, this is what I would look at. Then what I'm hearing Dr. Micah say, Ms. Villarreal, is he's open to any trustee saying, I love those things. Is it trouble to like also look at some attendance? Can we put an attendance measure, right? And your staff's going to go, got it. We will add an attendance measure.
So Ms. Villarreal, I would say it like this. If you just look, so to Dr. Gibson's point, we could literally drown you all in data for a week. There's so many reports. I'll just pick students. Just STAR alone, there are 2,175 points of data. Okay? Just in STAR. That is not including all the college career military readiness data. That is not including graduation rates. That's not including, there's so many things, right? What I'm hoping to get is some clarity around what is out of all those tens of thousands of points. When we come in to tell you all about how we're doing in a certain area, what do you need to feel like you can go to your community and say, I know how we're doing here. And you can tune in and listen to this. Does that make sense? Like, that's literally what we're asking for, is just, I don't want to bring in 10,000 data points when you don't really, you don't need 10,000, you need 5. We just need these 5 things. Okay. Then that's what we're going to spend our time on rather than all of it. Because if everything's important, then nothing's really important. We want to get to the most important things to bring you all.
Dr. Mike, this was a quick question. I'm going back. What were the dates for students and staff? I got stakeholders and stewardship.
Sure. So students came in January.
Okay,
All right. That's when TAP R was released.
right.
Okay. Staff was September or October, because by then we have the year started. We have our staffing numbers. We can really talk to you about what was retention like, what was recruitment like, and those things. Stewardship, I'll just say them all again. Just stewardship was in May or June, because that's when we were talking budget for the next year. And then stakeholders was in either November or December.
That was the originally
That
laid
was
out
the original agreed upon timeframes.
cadence, yep.
So I have a question, and I'm on the scorecard. And I feel like that's what we're going to spend some time on, and I'm very confused by, there are no numbers on it. And I know you're saying it ad nauseum, you could talk about data, but we say long-term outcomes, and so these are the areas that we want to improve upon, but it
they
doesn't
are
say by
there.
how much.
They are there.
It says,
So Ms. Chidgey, so this is part of it. So if you go to the web page, so again, like, let's back up a bit. This is how a previous board asked us to report it. So because there are so many numbers, may I see your copy real fast? Let me see, or Mr. Byer. So Ms. Chidgey, if you look at 1.1A, do you see that? Do you
Yes.
see it in blue?
Yes.
If you click on that, it takes you to a page with all sorts of data. If you go to 1.1B and you click on it, it will take you, that is a hyperlink
Okay.
to data showing not only the numbers, but what we're anticipating over the next 5 years.
So the growth you're expecting.
It's anything that, so if we, let's pick a category, reading third grade 70%. We will show you for the
There
next
are
5
numbers there.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is an incomplete document. I need to look at it online.
It's on, because we cannot print it all, but
Okay.
again,
I'm fine.
that's how a previous board asked us to do it.
Okay.
And so there's some more clarity that if that doesn't make sense now, that's fine.
Well, what would make sense to me, it's a beautiful document, but long-term outcomes to me needs, so what's going to happen with MAP growth? We're going to grow by 0.00001, or we're going to grow by 5%, or we're going to grow
So if you
by
went,
what?
if you click on that, you would see that
Okay.
put out
Okay.
by year and by expected what we
Okay.
anticipate getting to.
I have not done that. I've only looked at
Well,
this. and
Dr.
I've
Micah,
been
the
confused.
purpose of tonight is to thank you for sharing, but I mean, the picture I have in my mind is a strategic roundtable going through those outcomes that are visible for this board, right? Like that's what we're trying to do tonight. If everyone agrees, yes, let's go back and look at the current outcomes, and set this roundtable. I don't know, Dr. Micah, February, whatever. And the purpose of it is that we're going to calibrate to those outcomes. Fair enough. And I just heard you say they're not rigid, like that was what the previous board said they wanted to see, and so there it is. Now we got a refreshed board, and let's recalibrate what we need to put on the outcome measures. So
Well, I may
yes.
be perfectly fine with the complete document. I need to go online and look at it.
Yeah, it's just so large. There's just simply no way to put it. That's why it's hyperlinked. The printed version is
Okay.
the skeleton. The real meat and potatoes of exactly what we're trying to accomplish is embedded in those hyperlinks. Because it's too much. Ms. Chidgey, I know you're familiar with campus improvement plans or things like that, right? Well, again, when you take all of these data points that we're trying, it's just such a large document, there's no way to house it without it becoming.
And I guess I'm still fighting in my head with why the two are needed. I understand goals are needed. I'm a goal-driven person, but the district improvement plan is very similar to this.
So it is, except the district improvement plan has certain things that by law must be embedded in it.
Right.
Okay? They have to be. This is more along the lines of, I would say, like board goals type thing. So I'll just skip over here a little bit. What Dr. Gibson and I spoke about like 2 minutes right before this meeting began. My opinion, but it's up to you all eventually, is to look at the goals that you have listed right now. You have 7. Those goals, in my opinion, should be replaced by the balanced scorecard that then links directly to the DIP and the SIPs at the campuses.
Minus the compliance items.
Correct.
Because
Because
they've
the
got to be in
compliance
there.
items in campus plans and district plans have to be there by law. This document, in my opinion, becomes the board's goals so that all of this work seamlessly transfers in. That's
Yep.
where we were trying to move, except we just got stalled.
That's right.
And so that's part of, Ms. Chidgey, what you all need to discuss around and to help, and you're asking really good questions about kind of why we're doing what we're doing.
I just don't want to.
Because
I don't
it's-
want to duplicate work.
No, and trust me, Mr. Jarrett and I talk about duplicity of effort all the time. It's one of his favorite sayings. It doesn't, but by this scorecard becoming, if it became your goals, it's not duplicity of effort. It literally bleeds itself right in
Okay.
to those plans.
In the district plan.
Correct.
And then in the campus plans.
Seamlessly, because right now we are doing duplicate by having board goals and the balanced scorecard. it is double the work. I think that's where you might be going toward, is it does make
I'm
double
conflicted
work.
with it. I mean,
Correct.
I never want.
The balanced
duplication
scorecard,
of
I'll
work.
just tell you, we had some miraculous momentum around it. And then it just stalled for a while. And so I'm trying to rejuvenate it, trying to give it some CPR and give it a little life again, because what it does is it and I think I said this at one of the meetings, Dr. Gibson, and maybe I didn't, but it gives us permission to say yes to things, but also it gives us permission to say no to things. So it allows us to say, oh, that's a really cool program, but that doesn't really align to our balanced scorecard. So while it's important, it's not the most important thing right now. We need to stay here. Oh, over here, no, that actually makes a whole lot of sense and we should be doing that. So let's figure out how to make that happen. Because that should be a yes because it directly relates. So for those of you that are former educators, the joke I always made was around, so as a former principal, I listened to a teacher sometimes explain to me why they needed to watch a video for the next 3 days in class, right? And they could make an argument that loosely coupled to the TEAC. And I would say, okay, but do we really need to give up 3 days of instruction for that? Or could we do something different, right? That's what the balanced scorecard is. It tightly coupled actions and what we were spending money on and where we were spending our time to very clearly say, that's where it's got to be. Because this is what the community, the students, the staff, and our board say is important. So we're linking it to that.
Is there anything, and I could have missed it, in here regarding attendance?
Just going to say that.
So attendance is not listed in there. Can it be added? Absolutely. See, this is the component that this document isn't something that you do one time and you just leave it alone. Now, you don't change it constantly, and just so that you all know, we're working on attendance, of course. I've actually got you some good news about it, but we can do, but once we take something and put it in there, then something has to come out. This isn't...
Can't just pile on more
correct.
strategy.
Right, like
That's-
it's not meant to just because, again, I don't want to disparage anything, but if you've got us focusing on 40 things, then we're not focusing on anything. Because you just can't manage 40 items. What this was is to be very specific when we built this. Those 4 areas were to have 3. I think one has 4, the students piece. So if you're going to add something, then we have to say something's not as important as that one thing.
Do you have, Dr. Maka, if I may, and Ms. Chigi, the attendance, not, this is going to sound argumentative and it's not. Attendance by its nature is a measure. It's a measure. It's not an objective or an action. Now, unless it needs to become an objective or an action, if that makes sense, which I think that's what Dr. Michael, you were saying. And if it is going to become an action or objective, then we got to look at the totality of the actions there and replace an action with that act. But just when we say attendance, it's a data point. It's a number.
It is.
Right.
But it's also the foundation by which we do nurture their learning.
Sure, and
we
I-
can't do that unless they're in the chair.
I'm in agreement with that. That's the second part of what I said. If it needs to be an action, there needs to be a conversation that it needs to be an action, I guess. Otherwise, and I would argue, I brought attendance up a while ago, just kind of off the top of my head, if y'all heard it, because it's a measure that you can look at any number of things on your scorecard and look at attendance as whether something is, so it's not just a measure, it's like a big measure, right, of a lot of components of your scorecard. But it can be an action. I think that's what Dr. Micah was saying. That can be an action. Dr. Micah, is it fair to, let's use that as an example. The picture I have in my mind is you and the tactical team in a strategic roundtable, and we have a conversation about attendance, right? Like, and we, as a team of 15.
And I think Dr. Gibson spoke a little bit about this, about his 2-month stay here in Northeast, but what I think you all also need to remember is that these were things agreed upon by the board but by staff, by students, and by community. So in changing one of those, I'm sorry, no. In changing one of, I just want to make sure I say it right, objectives. If we're to change one of those, that's the part that we went out and asked the community, are these the right things to focus on? Students, are these the right things to focus on? Staff, is this? Yes. Everybody agreed to it, so it stayed in. There were a lot of changes based on those focus groups that were done over time, and then we brought it back to the board at the time to say, here is what all the stakeholders in our organization say. Do you agree with this? That answer was yes. So if you're going to change one of those, you don't have to, but I just want you to understand that at the time, we asked all those people, took a lot of time to gather their input, because if we were going to focus on it, we needed to make certain that we were calibrated in alignment with all those stakeholders.
Yeah, the third draft and the first draft were very different.
Correct. They were.
After all the feedback.
How long ago was that done?
4 years ago.
So it's probably time to recalibrate anyway, right?
4 years ago. So I'm trying to think. So we didn't do it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
3
it's-
years ago.
No, it's about 3 years ago now. Yeah. Yeah, it's about 3 years ago. Because the document at the time, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Gibson, was to be around for at least, to be like a 5-year kind of
We
document.
had talked about it in terms
Right.
of a 5-year plan, and then we had a
Right.
gap at about year 2.
What do you mean a gap?
We just had we had to hit a pause.
Right.
Because there was an agreement.
We stalled.
We stalled, thank
We
you. That was
stalled.
And when did we get agreement? I guess that was my question.
No, tonight is,
That's, well, I'm hoping we get agreement. On which part?
I'm hearing a couple things. One, I'm hearing this is a working document and you'd like us to fold in our 7 goals into this document. I'm also hearing this document was developed in concert with the people that used to sit in these seats, the people that educate our children, the parents, and the children themselves. And so it's sacred in some ways, and we don't want to change it. But at the same time, we want to fold our goals into it,
Sure.
which means that we will change it. Oh, and by the way, it's aged because it's 4 years old. And so the students who maybe sat and had the conversation with us are in different places in their lives, and so their perspective has shifted. So having said all that, I'm not quite sure, is it that you want us to acquiesce and move our goals into this as is, or are we gonna methodically go through each of the elements of the balanced scorecard and see what still makes sense based on what we know, see if we need to go out and have more conversation, and if goals can naturally move into the scorecard itself?
So ultimately, Ms. Shelton, I would answer it as, that's up to y'all. Because if you all want to methodically go through this card again and relook at it, then we're going to probably spend the next 4 to 5 months, I would guess, somewhere like that, in going back through it again. Okay? Because it will take some time.
Can I stop you?
Yeah.
I thought that was the purpose of tonight, was to go through each of these segments, and maybe I missed it. But I thought that was our tonight work. Let's go through it. Yes, check the box, it makes sense, or no, that's not the tonight work?
well, I mean, it's not the tonight work,
Right.
but it could easily be the next week work.
Correct.
Yeah, or the, depending on the board.
So I'll try to say this as succinctly as I can. Because we stalled, that's the work on that card in a lot of ways stalled.
Okay.
All right? So at this point, I don't have clear line of sight. So if we want to push pause, that is fine. Or to continue to be on pause, to retweak because this new we want some time to go through it methodically and purposefully, that's understood. Then that becomes the work that we know we need to do. Does that make sense? But
what was the work for tonight then? Because
To have this conversation.
it was just,
I mean, it really was.
dialogue for tonight.
Michelle,
Or I
up to
think-
this point, it's literally sitting. Do I throw it out or not?
Voila.
Do
Yeah.
I do something with it or not? What is our strategic direction moving forward?
Got it.
I need to know that.
Can I ask how, sorry, Diane, how kids were asked?
So I use student voice as a piece, and then there was a focus group of students that were gone into it. So we don't survey students. There's some rules around just surveying that you got to be really careful about. So we did it in a variety of different ways. We didn't go down to elementary and speak to those kiddos, to be quite frank. It was more focused at the secondary levels.
And can you give me an example of a question that you asked?
What we did is we shared this document with them, and then we asked them, does this make sense? Do you understand it? What do you need to know about? Do you agree that that's an area of focus we should stay on?
Okay, thank you.
And if they didn't, or if they said, well, this doesn't make sense, or whichever, then we would talk them through, and if they'd said, no, we don't think that is. I think to the point, to go back earlier, Ms. Shelton, to yours, is that it was never meant to be a 1 year thing, because to try to get some of this work done in a year, that's a big ask. And so it was really meant to kind of stay for a period of time so that we could, over time, see whether that was working or not working.
And you're saying we haven't been doing this work. I'm sorry.
No, and I'll give some clarity here. Ms. Villarreal has a question or a comment.
Okay, well, first of all, I don't believe in busy work. And if you look at this is very logical. If you look at the way our goals really have not changed. I'm not married to this document. I was not, privy to it when it was first implemented, because obviously I was not sitting on the board. But we did go through it on 4/10/24. And really nothing on this document has changed since, and our goals have not changed since then. And frankly, please don't take this the wrong way, but, asking people to go back and spend another 5 months to get right back to this document, I think is busy work. And I think I think using our resources in a way, especially in this particular economic time when we need to be focusing on other things, I think it's silly. If you read it, if you just sit there and you even skim it, I mean, there's nothing on here that is not applicable to today.
When Dr. Micah, one of the things that was floated out a while ago is the possibility of just setting up 1-2 hour roundtable a month and go through the scorecard, including the measures, right? And so it's just that gives everybody the chance to just anchor to what's already written. And Ms. Chidji, I'm going back, I apologize, but it would get that piece out in the context of the objectives, the measures out in the context of the objectives, and just set a time frame on it, that we're going to hit it. And I hear Ms. Villarreal, and I appreciate the busy work, but just to recalibrate back to where are we, how do we get there, what's the number, ask a few questions, that's priority 1. Now the next month is priority 2, the next month is priority 3. Dr. Micah, I'm not saying that's the right way to do it. I know he has a lot of respect for the new we, as he said a while ago. And we don't talk a lot in between because we want this to be organic, and we don't want we know y'all are smart. You can smell it out if we've got an outcome in mind and we're trying to engineer y'all to the outcome. So we just don't set up a lot of outcomes. Fair enough? Like, we're just going to pitch out the question. I know the few things he said to me is I think we've got a shot to have this team of 8 all on the same page, and I look forward to it.
And ultimately, Ms. Shelton, myself and my staff need a clear line of sight.
Understood. And
That's what we need. And so if for some reason this new we is not comfortable with parts, then let's have that discussion, because Ms. Chidji, to your point, when you go into data, there are some data points in there that you may ask me about. I can't pull every piece of data that those folks are looking at and speak to them in the depth and detail that they can sometimes, which is why they often give the reports and I kind of chime in, because I look through their stuff and I'm looking at certain pieces, but they're looking even, as you move through this organization, the deeper and deeper you go, the more and more data that they're looking at. Because for me, I can't look at every single piece of data because there's just too much of it. So I'm keying on certain pieces in that, which again, this is just kind of like you all telling me, here's what I want you to work on. So in a year, we come back and we tell you, here's our work, and what do you think of it? It's either we're doing it or we're not doing it. And then we can have that discussion around it. I mean, it's pretty much that clear, I guess.
It can be.
Ms. Shelton, you had your mic on?
So, yes, thank you. So that I'm clear, because there's the strategic and there's the tactical, and we are clearly the strategic.
Correct.
Dr. Micah and his gang of 2, 4, 6, 8 is the tactical.
Correct.
Right?
He's between the two teams.
He's the floater.
That's right.
But as I look at this, if we go back as a team, then we're looking at the left side. We're looking at 4 buckets. One that says students, and we've got 1, 2,
Student,
3,
staff,
4.
stakeholder,
We've
and
got
stewardship.
4 notes under students
Oh,
that
okay.
we would need 1.1 through 1.4
Correct.
that we would be looking at and analyzing to say, is this the right verbiage? Is it robust enough? And then Dr. Micah and his team would then go back on the right side to say, okay, Tracy, if each child will demonstrate academic growth and critical thinking skills, here are the key actions that we're going to take
Correct.
to get there, and these are the measure. And because this is a living document, those key actions, to what you said earlier, may change. And so I just, as people are watching and we'll get questions and we'll get calls, this is a living document.
Correct.
And even though we've spoken to folks and gotten buy-in, as our objectives, to achieve our objectives, you and your team may have to do some different actions than are currently on this card.
Correct.
So that's one,
Good
which
summary.
means we're not stuck to this. What'd you say, Ms. Chichi?
We're not about the
We-
actions.
so-
That's their job.
That's right. That's their job. So I just want to make sure we're clear. We're only on one side of the card, so it shouldn't take
Big-
us 5
big,
months
bold line.
to go review these and make sure these are still the actions that are important to us.
No.
Yes?
Correct, Ms. Shelton. What I mean by the 5 months component is if you change something on that left side, which you can, it's going to take us time then to build those actions and that data that we're going to use to go.
Understood, which
Okay.
takes me to my next point. Because the suggestion is that we take our goals, of which there are 7, and fold them into the scorecard. If that is the direction that we go, you've got the 5 months ahead of you, because that means that we're changing things on the left so that our goals will fit into the scorecard, which will make you have to have more action.
Yeah, Miss Shelton, I'd say that the board goals haven't been looked at in probably a dozen years.
Oh.
The scorecard is the most recent.
Got it.
And I think I'm sorry, I know, Ms. Landry, you've had your mic on a couple of times. If you've got something to add, go ahead and do that, because then I'm going to jump in real quick and give some info.
So a couple of things. I hear what's being said. So when you talk about this has stalled, does that mean that the data points on the links provided, as we discussed in April, and it's beautiful, it's got the data plus the links to dig deeper if you want to, does that mean that those numbers aren't current, or?
No, ma'am, that's not what I mean by that.
Okay, so we still progressed from when we met in April. We've got the data with the reports that the staff provided us. and-
Yes.
Okay. And then the second thing is, I've been on the board, 3 years now, and I've never heard of our board goals, nor do I know how to find them.
That is a good question.
Yeah.
They are not readily available, and I think the effort, I say not readily available, they're I think on the website, they're not easy to find. And I think all the attention moved to the scorecard and it was, I think, 4 years ago.
I think it's
But I
on,
also
so-
think when they work on their DEI, their district plan and their campus plan, they tie it back to the board goals. So I think it's very important that we look at those board goals if
So,
they're that
so being the only
outdated.
one that was actually on the board when, when we went through this 4 years ago, the trying to keep the priorities and the objectives as broad as possible to then allow the tactical staff to get into the key actions and the measures and the outcomes, allowing a lot of flexibility. Even though the objectives could be flexible, the thought was make them big enough to where there's a lot of flexibility that can happen on the right side of that line, everything that the staff does. I think the intent, we, after going through this exercise, developing the document, I think we've probably gone through one full round of reporting, and that's since Ms. Landry and Ms. Villarreal have been on the board. They've seen those 4 student, staff, stakeholder, and stewardship reports, and I think then when Dr. Micah says it's stalled, we got into, okay, well, how much do we went through that round, and then some thought it was too much data, some thought it was not enough, and that's where we stalled. We didn't necessarily have, and then we did have a round table to kind of talk about what we wanted to see.
And the data that we discussed is there.
Correct.
And the objectives that we set during that meeting are within the document.
Right.
And so I kind of feel like maybe that's our starting point is.
Well, and so what I was going to say is I think the intent was our starting point is from what we have. And we have board goals that, and I'll be honest, did not review them right before this meeting, but ideally, they roll in, they already cover some of these things. And so we do not have to change the objectives or change them significantly enough to where we're now staring down more public meetings, more time.
Correct.
That kind of thing. And so trying to keep that priorities and objectives at as high a level as we possibly can, but still give some direction as to what it is we want, what we want the key actions to be is really where the mindset was going forward with this. So when Dr. Micah comes in and says, well, and Dr. Gibson talk about what's our frequency, what's our cadence, what do we want to see? I think the baseline right now is we were getting an update 4 times a year, basically. And, is that enough? Is that not enough? That kind of thing.
Well, and to that point, we have the resources available for us to, so if I'm out in my community and somebody says, what's the current percentage of high school students enrolled in at least one potential college credit bearing class, I have the resource to go in and look that up and tell my community member that 67% right now in our goal of 2024, 2025 is 69%. The data's there. Right, and it's available for our community to look at as well.
To me, again, I'm going to say this, and I don't know how strongly I can say it. I despise busy work. And we are a new board. Thank you very much. Anyway, but I feel like for us to go in and literally scrap or even modify, before we even have a chance to, since we did quote unquote stall, I think we ought to give it, just from my perspective, give this a chance to work. A tremendous amount of work was applied to this process when David was on the board. And I think we should give it a chance and then maybe revisit it a year from now and see if there's things we need to tweak rather than just looking at, we all just want to put our stamp on stuff.
And keep
because
in
there was a
mind that
tremendous.
we could be another new board and.
That's true. That's true. And then at that point, you guys can decide if, you want more information, if there's something else that you feel like needs to be added at that point. Just give it a chance to work.
So I'm not saying there's one thing wrong with this. I think it's a very good document. I do think attendance needs to be rolled in somewhere, and I think I personally either need, well, first of all, I do need to understand, to look at the measurements. Are we hitting those targets? Are we below them? Have we already hit them and we need to increase them? But I know that's what's done on the district plan, so that's where my confusion lies. And that's where I'd like to have discussion or reports or what have you. I don't want to remake this document. I don't see anything wrong with this document. But I don't know enough about the long-term outcome, where we are with that. And I think I made an assumption that we would get reports on some of that throughout the year, so I would know that as I
Well,
sat here
that's what
for a
we're
year.
trying to establish tonight, is the cadence of that reporting.
So-
That was the purpose
Yeah.
of tonight. I
So,
want-
so Ms. Chidgey, let me back up a little bit. And I think maybe this will help, I don't know, kind of understand. Y'all, you're the 5th board, and I'm entering my 6th year. Okay? What this document was to do is to give us a strategic direction as things turn, and that's fine, right? That's the elective process, is that there were a certain target that no matter what the organization was always striving toward, that we agreed to go towards these goals. Now, sure, we can pivot a little bit here and there based on whichever, right? But it's giving you a line of sight. Ms. Chidgey, to your piece, is that's the part where, when I say we stalled, and Mr. Byer said it, is we went through a cycle of reporting to you all. And where we couldn't seem to land on is, how should those look? Ultimately, when we come back, because our point in coming to you is to talk about every bit of that data and make sure that you understand, did we hit our target or didn't we? And if we didn't, here's why we think we didn't, and here's what we're going to do differently to get there. Here's the things we did well, here's the things that didn't work out so well, and here are the things we need to work on still. That's the whole reporting requirement of the balanced card. We just could never, because it was too long, it wasn't enough, we didn't like that data, we wanted that, like we need somewhere ultimately to say, if it's, I don't know, Dr. Gibson, I think at the time you gave the suggestion is, we don't have to cover it in a regular board meeting, we could have a special meeting to where that's all it becomes about. Like, there are a lot of ways to accomplish it.
I recommend that actually.
We just need to know the way.
Well, and
Yeah.
for context, again, I guess, as we're getting into this, the four updates that we got on the scorecard, they were all at a regular board meeting. It was once a quarter, and the presentations lasted anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. Plus questions, sometimes including questions. But it was a PowerPoint presentation. We got sort of a recap of what they were working on for students through these priorities and objectives. And that's just, I'm not saying that's what we have to do. I'm just saying, so you all know, that's really what it was. And I think there were some presentations that people felt went a little longer than they probably should have, and there were some where maybe we want to dive in some data and really ask some detailed questions, and that was, the shortest one, and I don't remember off the top of my head, but for context, for a baseline, that's really where we're starting. I mean, that's all we've done at this point. And then we came together for a roundtable to talk about whether we like that or not, and got to the point where we had links so we could click the district scorecard, get to the detailed raw data if you wanted it, and then here we are.
I think, I mean, the document
So,
is great.
Ms.
The document is great. The one thing I like, Terry, I would like to see attendance, but a lot of times we don't know what we want to know until
Sure.
it comes in front of us.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, I'm just inquisitive, and so a lot of times they may be my questions, but they're not really important things that require a full-blown report. And if,
So think this is, and Dr. Gibson, I'm going to quote you again, so correct me if I'm quoting you wrong, all right?
Okay.
I think, thinking back, When we brought you all a scorecard report, it was a day hike, I think is how you
Or I
described
said you
it.
get a bottle of water and a granola bar,
Right.
Not a RV.
Correct.
Yeah.
You got, it was really your evening to get into the tactical side of what we were doing, to ask those things and to get detailed and ask whatever you want to ask, right? And at that point then, after we go through that, then they get released back to do that work again, because again, it's always about trying to make certain we're moving forward. And so that was its whole context, is just, you're supposed to, I didn't use those. I thought of it more like the Wizard of Oz. You got to pull back the curtain that night and to see all the tactical side, what they were doing, what they were working on. Because again, look, they want to bring you a report to tell you what's working and what's not working, what they're thinking about, what they're not thinking about, the work ahead and so forth. But they want to bring it in a way that you find value to it, not because it does take a lot of work to prepare them. Because it's literally a year's worth of work that's being compressed. And they just want to we want to make sure we're hitting the mark that it is.
In Military City, I know where I'm standing, there's a military comparison to this, and in my last district, I had a lot of retired Air Force colonels and lieutenant colonels on the board, almost completely, the whole time I was there, and that was a good thing. They would say, I can't have a board meeting on Thursday, we've got a no-rank meeting at the Pentagon. So what? A what? And so fly to the Pentagon, all the generals, doors open, media is in, everybody's saluting, all the medals, all over. Media out, civilians out, door closed. I didn't know this, but it looks like those are pinned on. It's actually Velcro. So it just rip all the medals off and door closed, no rank meeting. The tacticians, colonels, captains, lieutenant colonels, are giving feedback on the strategy that the generals have set from closer to the front line, right? And that's kind of what we're talking about here. I like to pull the curtain back, but if we don't set, and I'm going to speak freely if it's all right. A lot of superintendents get to this point after a scorecard and they say, nope, not going to do it. Once the board I'm not here, other places, once the board gets in the weeds, they'll never get out. I'm just speaking freely, right? And what we're observing, my dad, who was a board president, as y'all know, when I became a superintendent, said, don't tell me to stay out of the weeds, son, unless you tell me what the grass is. Like, you got to tell me as a board member the difference between the weed and the grass, the weeds and the grass. And so the purpose of this roundtable is to let you all pull the curtain back and have a designated time that, as Dr. Micah just said, we're going into the tactics for a little while. We want to share what's working and what's not working. And Dr. Micah, I think there's consensus to pick it back up and to calibrate and learn more about what we currently have in writing. And I hate to just take it down to this point, but I think you just have to say, we're going to do priority 1 in a workshop setting for X amount of time. And you need to know what X is. Is that fair to say? You just need to know what that X amount of time is, because your team, but it needs to be consensus, because this is where we stalled. One was saying a day, one was saying a minute. We had every answer. We had the continuum of time in between. We need an agreement between. It's 2 hours. Once
Hold
a
that
quarter.
thought, Ms. Cox, you had your mic on for a while. I want to make sure you
that's
get your
okay,
question
and I don't know if it's
asked.
the appropriate time. I know that we're talking about this being stalled and reports taking time, and I appreciate all that. I'm looking at stakeholders and focusing on the student aspect of that, because I think that's really important. So what is that, like Ms. Shelton said, we're on the left and the district's on the right. This is the objectives of what we want to do, and then how it's done. How, with a student, what does that look like real time? Like, I think it's great to put it on paper, and I know the limitations. I know how hard it is to do surveys and forums and town halls and all that sort of stuff, but I think it's such an important piece of it.
And that is the reporting part of it, Ms. Cox. That's it. that is where I pull the curtain back and you get to hear exactly what we're doing in those areas.
But what if we want to hear what the kids, so where's the kid part of that, the student part of that?
I don't know what you mean by
Well,
that.
I mean, we're reaching out, trying to, build student relationships and figure out what students need on campus. I just wonder, outside of student voice, like where does that come from across the district with lots of different students?
But again, that's where it comes in. So the student doesn't come and report to you.
Sure, no, I understand
But
that.
we bring you the report from the data we've gathered from utilizing X strategy.
I understand that.
Okay.
Are we getting to the right, is there?
That,
To
see,
all kids?
see,
That-
you're,
that's the
you're-
question.
You're
Yeah.
all hitting exactly.
some
thi-
kids.
But this is it.
The
This
one
is
kid
the
you think might
point.
not have something to say.
Right,
So
but,
that's where
but
we will
that's
get-
it, Ms. Cox. You're hitting exactly, this is what the reporting piece back to you all is exactly designed for. That's where you ask those questions. So how do you know X, Y, and Z? Well, I would like to see T, S, and A, or whichever, right? Like that is the discussion between the tactical and the strategic side so that you can weigh in. So let me give it to you in a very simplistic way, but something that's happened recently. Ms. Chidgey made a comment about click it closed at a board meeting, right? I loved it. Now you can see a whole campaign around that click it component, right? That's the piece of those nights you're a part, you're in that strategy and you're talking. But in the end, if you don't, and I'll just boil it down, if we come in and we do some things and you just don't like it, well, that's where you come in and say to me, I don't like it. And then I have a choice to make. I either change it and do some stuff for you, or I don't do it, and then you say, well, you didn't do it.
Do you, Dr. Micah, and I think the board's feedback is best served being a strength of what I heard, a consideration to the tactical team, or something that is unclear. Now, y'all can do it any way you want to, but the board, I think the strategic team should offer considerations to the tactical team, not give directives. Sorry, I just wanted to say that.
And Ms. Cox, ultimately in the end, though, is I think this is what, by Stahl and what, one wanted it this way, one is, you all know this. As an individual board member, you can't get anything done. It takes the group. I need the consensus of the board to clearly go and report and do, because in lieu of that, I just have nothing, really. Because so for instance, if you came in and for consideration you say X, Y, and Z, but Mr. Byers says something different, who do I listen to?
The president. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. It was just a joke. Yeah.
But you
Have my
see,
mic
but
off.
that's that component, right? Is that each one of you individually have things that you're passionate about. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it needs to come direction from the board, not a board member.
And you have a
That's the
shot at that now, which is kind of exciting.
So,
Here's what I want to know, okay? Frankly, if the data says we have an issue, we're falling short, all I want to know is what are you going to do about it?
Right. What's the plan?
That's it. That's sum total. I mean,
Correct.
that's it. So is there a way to do that? I mean, where you add that component where,
Well, I know this team, they're not going to say where we fell short without telling you why and what the plan is. I can just tell you, it's just getting in the cadence of the reports, just make it happen. The system is the accountability.
or this is what we're doing to address
I know
it. That's
this
all I
team.
want to know.
That's what they'll tell you.
Exactly.
I
It did
feel
make it
comfortable.
short, sweet, that's it. This is, we're falling short here. This is what we're doing to rectify it. Done.
Correct.
Okay, because we can't get into that other part. And I just want to know that something's being done.
Correct. And what we're talking about here is that in the universe of ideas in a district this size, there's 10,000 things we could talk about at any given moment. Can we commit to the objectives and the actions and the measures that are on the scorecard as the most important? That's all we're saying. Like, those are the most important things. And again, I'm a broken record. If everything in an organization matters, then nothing matters. Like, if everything's just as important as everything else, then nothing matters. So we're trying to crystallize this list of what we agree between strategic team and tactical team that are the most important things we need to watch.
Ms.
So
Landry?
are we able to pre-plan to your cadence that you mentioned earlier, the different timings of when the priorities are presented, schedule a planning session prior to that presentation with us looking at the data available and the metrics that are used in each of the categories prior to the meeting, and then discussing what the key things we want to highlight in the report for the staff, and do that quarterly just before those reports. And using the metrics that we already have, not creating some fun math
Hey,
or something.
You
but-
suggesting that's a board discussion or also including staff? Because at that point, we would have that. I guess,
Well, if we're using the information that's already available and highlighting the priorities that we want to better understand
yeah,
without having to recreate new categories or new metrics or
sure.
anything like that. But that way, we're coming in and we know this quarter we're going to talk about students. We're going to get a report on students. These are the metrics and the information that we have available. Maybe I want to know we have 18% of students in AP dual and on-ramps college credits, and we have a goal of 21%. Maybe I want specific action items in that report of what they're doing to ensure and how they're making sure that that metric can be met. And then maybe Ms. Chidgey wants to know, well, can we even achieve that if we're not meeting our attendance? What is our attendance? And we put those little elements together so that the staff knows that these are the elements we expect to see in the report, and this is kind of why we want those elements there. And then when the report comes, it's based on exactly what we had discussed.
Whereas I hear everything that you're saying, I worry a little bit if there's too much to do before the meeting, then that becomes too much and it burns it out. Dr. Mike, I think you're just saying, I think you'll have a bold line where the curtain is. Is that right? You're just saying everything to the right of that, including the clicks, in some amount of time that we agree on, we're going to run through that. We're going to put some personal conversation to each of those things. Is that right?
Yeah, so I said this to Mr. Byer, but I think, believe it or not, this is giving me some clarity tonight anyway. I wonder if, since several of you have not been through one, is that maybe we do one with you all. We just bring you a report like we've done in the past. Present you it on, I don't know, staff. We'll pick one. Bring it in and report it to you, and then you all, right at that end, we go through it. You ask the question stuff and say, okay, now after that, what did you like? What would you like to improve? And then in the future, what do you hope to see? So that it gives us, because again, we need that piece of, pulling back the curtain. You got into the different things. Now, what did you like about it? Gosh, you know what? And you don't have to give them all that night, by the way. You can go home and think about it and then email me some thoughts, or you can call me or text me, or we can sit down and meet and say, hey, I want to sit with you and go through it, and we can go through it all. I mean, I'm open to whatever. It's just that because some of the things, and I'm just going to pick on you, Ms. Cox, like you're literally talking about the whole feature of the reporting requirement. So I think because you all don't really understand how components of it work, it's hard for you to envision how it should move forward. I don't know. I'm grasping.
Shelton had Mike.
Two things. I wanted to agree with Ms. Landry and then suggest that at our regular board meetings, we can ask for what we need from staff. So if we know in advance that, it's January and we're going to get students, we can go ahead and say, we would like to see, right? So that's something that we know that we can do. The second thing is for you, President Byer, are we making a motion for this? Because if I have one written and ready to go.
There aren't typically a motion
In a
involved
workshop.
this, in a
Yeah, it's
workshop
just
setting.
consensus, I think, is what we were
But-
trying to
but
just.
if you have a suggestion.
I do have a
You are
suggestion.
more than welcome to.
So
if
it's
you
in
can
3 parts.
If we want, Ms. Chigi, if you give me one, do you have a comment?
Well, I do have a comment.
Hang on one
A
second.
reply or a just follow-up on what Dr. Micah said. The stakeholders is perhaps in the plan to do in November or December. So, and I'd love it not to be November because I'm not going to be here and I really want to hear it, so just saying. That will be our sampling, right? You were going to do that anyway, am I wrong about that?
So, again, when we say stall, we have stalled the reporting piece because we couldn't get to consensus.
Well, let's
So
not
it's,
stall.
it's
and let's just
simple. That's what I'm
have-
saying
let's
is
just have
that
it.
we can reboot it in December.
Thank you.
Okay? See, I'm listening. And bring you a report. But it's important at that time, if that's what you all can kind of coalesce around, is that then we get the piece back of, we like that, we didn't like this.
It's a feedback
Hey,
loop.
give us more of this and less of
think we all
this.
think
Because
that. I
we don't
think-
need some of this stuff.
I think we just need to take it out of park and put it in drive, and it sounds like if that was the case, you would have given us a stakeholders report in December.
And Dr. Micah, if I may, and I love where we're getting with this, and this is real granular, but I think it's very important. The feedback that you're asking for from the strategic team does not necessarily and probably should not be addressed that night on the fly unless it's just some real low-hanging fruit that's just a clarification. Somebody's taking note and transcribing all of the feedback, and then you're back with the tactical team going through all of that. Does that make sense? Like, let's run back through all the feedback. To me, that's the voice of experience. I got a false start trying to answer everything on the spot, and we got off track. It's just the totality of the feedback. And Dr. Michael, is it fair to say that you might say something like, this is the 3rd time we've heard that in feedback. I don't want to hear it a 4th time in feedback. Is that a fair? I think I know you well. Yeah.
And so I'll give you the best example I can. We gave a report one night, all right? And I was asked about 2 weeks later, how do you think it went? And my question back was, I don't know, tell me what you think. Well, I had already heard from 2 board members who said, that was excellent. This one didn't like it. So now I'm in a quandary. Do you see where it is like, okay, who is right? Who am I supposed to listen to? And when we cannot, we being you all, sorry, when you all as the board cannot agree to some pieces, it leaves me in the middle of trying, and I'm not going to pick any one trustee, I'm going to pick the board to report back to. Does that make sense? That's ultimately, that's why a former trustee used to say, I'm your boss. And I used to say back to her, you're not. The board is my boss. Because the cumulative group is my boss. Each trustee on themselves isn't. It's the board as a whole that is the boss, right? And so that's that pieces, because I just need clear line of sight. Like, it's literally, just give me the line of sight, whatever you want.
So related to that, Ms. Shelton, would you like to bring it home? And tell us what your thoughts were?
It would be my pleasure. I'm not moving, but I would really love to. I'm suggesting that we maintain our current board goals as articulated on the About section of our website. They're very nicely written, and they align with the scorecard and some of our objectives. So that's one. I'd also like to suggest that we maintain the current board objectives as articulated in the balanced scorecard, while giving the staff the flexibility to update the necessary key actions required to support our board objectives. And then third, I would like to ask that our scorecard reports are given at the existing cadence as previously outlined by Dr. Micah. And fourth, that we end this workshop.
Well, that's up to no, actually, that's up to us, but.
That's up to y'all.
No,
I'm good.
And I think through this conversation, I think everybody is sort of generally aligned with that.
That's my feeling.
Because I think using the current cadence to understand what it actually looks like when it comes to us, whether that's December or if we wait till January for students or however that looks. But whatever we're prepared to do and not put somebody in a position where now they're scrambling to get something done because they haven't necessarily maybe been focusing on it. So we'll kind of let Dr. Micah drive that one, I think. But sometime in the next few months, we will have something in front of us that we can look at. He's saying December, that we can give feedback, understand what it looks like, and
I would also like to re-propose that we set aside time prior to the report to ensure that we know that this report is coming and that we have, and as Ms. Thompson said, sometimes there are things that are hot items in the community and we don't know until it's hot.
Right.
And if we're giving feedback on stakeholders and we say, okay, we like that the report was presented and that the data was there, but there was no time spent reading each line item, that might be the feedback. But for when we come down to students, we might have something that's outstanding that is going on right now. And so if we have that opportunity before the report is developed and created, to just have that, hey, can we make sure that attendance gets in there so that, sorry, Ms. Chidji, it's a common question.
And Dr. Micah, to Ms. Landry's question, if you're utilizing the current schedule, then you can publish that to them now, right? Just so everybody's aware of that this is when things are coming. Because that's what you needed to know tonight, right? We're on that same schedule.
And I guess, right, so what I hear is go back to the cadence that we had, and we'll begin that in December. I think, Ms. Landry, what I want to make sure that I understand from your suggestion right now is, are you wanting, how can I best help you prepare for the report that would be upcoming in December?
And I think to best prepare is to have a conversation as a board prior to the report being received, so we understand the elements that are going to be provided in the report, and that we have an opportunity to say, oh, this is really hot, we need to have this included, and and maybe there's some conversation around a particular element that we need to understand better, so that after the fact the staff's not hearing that we didn't like it because we didn't find out A, B, and C. And if it's something that comes up and then we don't know that the report's coming, or we know the report's coming soon-ish, we may not like it because it may not have covered those hot items that came up recent.
Dr. Micah, if I may summarize what I think I understood from Ms. Landry is, if the report is in December, there's clarity in November of what the report includes. And then a question is asked, are there any hot topics that may not be in our default presentation that falls within priority 3? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, that's, I guess, what I'm trying to ascertain, Ms. Landry, is, so is that, and maybe this is a question for you, Mr. Byer, is that at a special called meeting, or is that at the regular board meeting that we allocate a line item for up-and-coming presentation, and that at that time you all have looked at that scorecard, clicked on those hyperlinks, and said, here is what, hey, when you all bring that report in December, can you make sure to cover these things? We're not going to go into them at all that night. It's just, here are the things that we want you to make sure to include. Is that what you're?
And that's,
okay.
That's
trying
what
to
I
think of
heard.
sort of the efficient way of doing that out, if we don't necessarily have to call special meeting just to kind of put together a list of things that we want to see. It's almost compiling that, saying.
And maybe that's at the end of the meeting where we're talking about things that are coming up on the agenda. We say, okay, in the next meeting, we plan to present on students.
Right.
And is there any trustee who has any particular items they want to include in this report?
I think that would be a good way of doing it, rather than having, because I guess that's where I was going earlier, trying to figure out if we start talking about that then we might as well just have the workshop at that point and have staff there, and then we can have, a detailed discussion, but I think.
The thing I would, just for maybe not clarification, but just a recommendation is, I think if that's agreed upon, that, that's fair enough, then what's on the board member's mind. I'm going to just say this, I don't think anyone here doesn't think that what I'm about to say is true, but that group believes that there's some things that you may need to hear as the tacticians, whether you've brought it up or not. Okay, so just to be clear, we need to hear what they're the
Absolutely.
experts in each one of those areas. So
Especially if there's red flags.
give them a chance to
Right.
go through, but I think just to be better prepared and say what's something that's on your mind that you want us to touch on, Dr. Micah, that may be a good practice.
I think my suggestion to you all it would be, I would put that on your agenda somewhere. I think you need to agendaize that as just discussion of upcoming board
Scorecard presentation.
Yeah, board scorecard presentation, okay. And then just be able to say, hey, here's what we're going to be, and maybe what we do is kind of give you a bit, but again, if you've clicked on those hyperlinks, now that you see how it all works, you're going to be able to say, hey, we'd like some of this or that or whichever, and that's fine. We'll just embed it. We're still going to cover the things we think we need to cover.
Correct.
Because, again, I can't remember which one of y'all said sometimes you don't know maybe what you want to ask. We're going to cover some things that we think you should be watching. All right? Because you're not living it every day. So we're going to present some stuff that you think, well, we didn't ask it. Well, we're telling you because you should be asking, and we're watching this because this really matters.
Yeah.
But then you all can incorporate some of the things so that way then we're not missing something. Because we may not think, to your point, it may be a hotbed topic in your community, Miss Landry, but for us, it's really, we're not seeing it as a huge one because we're watching this other data point, but at least to your point, then you have some information to go back and speak to your community with.
I think that's a
where you're
good
going,
way
right?
to summarize
Okay.
it. I like that. That's the way I heard it the last time, so I'm glad we stayed on that, the way Dr. Micah just summarized it. Since the fourth recommendation was for me to be away from the podium, Trustee Shelton, it is good to meet you. That's nice to me. I like someone that informs the speaker that your time limit is hit, but technically we've hit the 90 minutes that I had hoped for. Dr. Micah, do you feel good about? Thank y'all so much for letting me be part of this journey with you. And again, you have all the tools here. Perhaps I'm just a neutral outside, that's disconnected, that can just provide a little feedback every now and then. And thank you for allowing me to be part of it.
Yeah, thank you. We
Yeah, you're on edge because of no cookies. Okay.
We always appreciate your discussion and helping us lead us through these things. So
I feel like
that's
it was,
good.
tonight was consensus, and I'll point out the obvious. I don't think 90 minutes ago, I think there was some wobble, and I think we've got consensus on the path moving forward. And the thing about it is, it's in one of the documents I gave you. If you wait for this process to be perfect before you start, you will never start. This is learning by doing. So you get together, you talk, you calibrate, and I'm sure Dr. Micah would say, how do you want the next one to be structured? The big question, like how do you want the next roundtable to be structured, right? And then it's just refinements. And if we do this right, we can hold steady to the current people and the current targets, and we go through arguably 4 roundtables a year for 10 years. That's 40 roundtables. I think that's awesome. And I think that's an aspiration. I know I'll say this in closing, I told some of the board members here that my last few months in SCUC, I was just the board's concierge because I'd already announced my retirement. So I was just getting cookies for the board, basically, and scheduling meetings with the headhunter group that was working with the board to replace me. And the head hunter, that's the wrong term, but the executive search consultant came down and knocked on my door, and he said, the board is saying the new superintendent doesn't need to develop a strategic plan because y'all are in year 2 of a 4-year plan. And like, that can't be right. And I was like, okay, A, you work for them. You know, I didn't say that, but that was the thought bubble over my head. But I said, yeah, we are in year 2 of a 4-year plan. And I didn't tell the board that they needed to do that. It made me proud, though, that they're saying we're in year 2 of a 4-year plan. My point is they were that connected to where we were in the plan. But that was only because we had gone through 40 cycles over a 10-year period. And so I have a picture in my mind of this board doing the same thing, and that excites me. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gibson, appreciate it. All right. Item 4, board business. A, discussion and possible action regarding School Health Advisory Council, SHAC, member appointments. I think on this one I think we have some adjustments need to be made, so we'll maybe just have that discussion first, and then we can take action on it afterwards. Thank you all for submitting your names to Ms. Turner. I think we have, when I suggested a couple edits, I think Ms. Landry, you have 1 spot available still for yours, and then that's fine. If you get that name, we can have it on the November, we can amend the list. Really, the intent was to get, since we went through the bylaws and the policy, to get as much of the roster as we could so that they can start formulating a plan to actually have a meeting and reach out and get contact information and all that. So as we get new people, no problem adding them, and we can get it on the November 11th regular meeting as a consent item, just update the list if we need to. So you just let us know how you want to handle that when the time comes. And then I think Ms. Shelton, we have 1 additional that we will have to amend. I'm not sure whose idea, I don't know who made the motion for 4 members total. My mind, I don't recall that, but.
I'm pretty sure I know who.
I can check the record.
I will say, if you have, we don't have to give the name out in public, but if you have a name, we can give that. We'll trust you to, if you have the name, you can give it to her tonight, and we can scratch that. Okay, you already gave it to her. Okay, so I'm going to take your word for your community better than the rest of us. So if you've got that person, that's fine. So if those are the only 2 things I know of. If there's any other adjustments that people know of, let's go ahead and get those out now. If not, we can look at moving this forward. The other thing we do need to do with this, and I'd like to just make it all in one motion, is to select our board liaison. So what I was going to do is we'll have some kind of interim motions here, and if there are any nominations for people, we'll just take those, and then we'll just take the name for whoever wants to be the board liaison, and the first person to get the board majority vote will go ahead and be the liaison for the 24-25 school year. So at this time, any nominations for?
I have one.
Can
Ms. Chidgey?
Yeah.
I know.
Second.
Yeah.
So I've got a nomination for Ms. Chidgey. Any other nominations for this school year?
Well, I just need to be very transparent. I was thinking about Ms. Cox, because she served on it in so many years. So Ms. Cox, we haven't talked about this, but I don't know.
I'd second that.
All
I'm
right.
complicating things, I know. I'm happy to do it, but I have no experience in it, so.
I think you're both perfect, so. either-
You what?
I think y'all are both great,
Is that something you
so
want to do?
what
And-
do y'all?
Any other
What is she
names?
saying?
She says she would like to do it.
So I would like to nominate her.
Okay. So I've got Ms. Gigi, Ms. Cox.
Thank you, Ms.
All right, so we'll start. Any others before I close the nominations? Ms. Shelton?
I'm sorry, you say you're doing this as one
I-
big.
So we're, as a group, we'll decide, I don't know if we actually have to vote on the liaison. But if we have two nominees, we will have to vote on it. Well, we've only ever had really one in the past.
But I thought Terry just withdrew her name.
That was my understanding
That
as
was
well.
my understanding that you withdrew your name, because you're
If-
nominating.
if-
you're-
Oh.
If she's happy to do it, I'll withdraw my, or.
Well, can
you
we have
withdraw.
two?
No,
No.
we just need to
No.
have one. We just need to have one.
But I like your thinking.
Well, can you, we have, like Ms. Cox said, an alternate? Let's say she can't show up.
Well, at
For
at
some
that point,
reason?
we can decide who that is at
If
that
Ms.
point. I
Cox
mean,
gets
because we
sick,
don't,
I'll fill it.
because, well, I guess that gets into the discussion we
weeds.
don't need to have. But the
I don't
policy and the
say-
bylaws calls for one. And so at this point, we'll just leave it at that for now. I understand it'd be fine if both of them, but following our own actions from the last couple of meetings, we'll stick to one. So
Okay, Ms. Cox.
are you going to withdraw your?
Sure.
Okay. So, all those in favor of Ms. Cox being the liaison for the SHAC committee, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. All right, so Ms. Cox will be added to the membership roster.
I had a question.
Yes.
Mr. President, and I want to go ahead and put mine out there so we just I'm transparent about who is on the list and what their role is. And I see some of them are blank. So you see I have 5 names. The first 3 are parents, one at East Terrell Hills. The first mom is at East Terrell Hills, Ed White, and Roosevelt. The second mom is at Roosevelt. The third mom is at Montgomery. The 4th person on my list will be scratched. The 5th person is a community member.
Got it.
And I would love to know for the ones that are blank, what, among those, who is a parent at what school and who's a community member.
I was just going to share that all 4 of my people are parents, and they all have Churchill kids and younger kids that go to feeders.
And I believe mine, the blank ones are the parents, and the one community member is identified, and number 7.
So you have 3 parent and
Yes.
3 parent, 1 community member, or, well, right now, 2 parents
Right,
and
I'm
1
waiting
community
for-
member. Okay.
Response.
This one,
What
is
is
that
that?
a parent?
Oh.
You have one, is that a parent?
Yes, Edward,
Well-
like, he is a minister.
So community member.
It's a community member, and then the other one is a parent.
Got it.
Oh, I see.
Got it. Thank you very much.
I think, I hope I'm saying that second one. I think that she was from from 22 to 24. And I hope I didn't misspeak, but I believe she's a parent.
She's just rolling over.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's just
We'll
rolling
double
over.
check that.
We're
Can we
maintaining-
confirm?
Yeah, so the list we'll confirm to make sure we match the bylaws and the policy. And if there's any, similar to Ms. Landry potentially having to get another person, if there's any discrepancies or questions, then we can bring those forward at the next meeting and have that as part of the list.
It's my understanding when we voted the last time that your 4 could be comprised of community members and parents, and it didn't matter the,
3 parents
parents,
minimum.
okay. Okay.
Minimum of 3 parents,
Okay.
and
Could
then
have 4 parents or 3 parents.
you have to
and
have,
community
yeah,
member.
you have to have 3 parents minimum, and that 4th person could be another parent or a community member.
And
Okay.
parents are people who live in your SMD with students enrolled in NEISD.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. So, any other questions, comments, adjustments? All right. Yes, ma'am.
Are we voting just on the names, or are we voting on page 2 as well, what it says on page 2? Because there's an error.
Oh, what is the error on page 2? We're just voting on the names, but
Okay.
what is the, just so we,
Line 2, it says at least 5, and it should say.
oh, it does, you're right. So we are, well, what I would.
Isn't that the code, the code says at least 5? Right, so that's just the code, that's not us. That's.
That
That's
is
the education
28004, the
Oh,
Texas Education Code, saying
Yes,
that you
thank
have
you.
to appoint at least 5 members to a SHAC.
In total.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Miss.
That's for
Got
those
it.
little bitty school districts.
So, any other questions? All right, if not, do I have a motion to approve the membership roster as discussed here tonight, including Mrs. Cox?
So moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Mrs. Thompson. Second, thank you, Mrs. Chidgey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you all for getting that done. Dr. Micah, yes.
Just so you all know, what will happen, so Mr. Knuth is out there. He will actually be our liaison, the administrative liaison to SHAC, okay? What he will do,
Hello.
you will get each regular board meeting, you will get the attendance for your people, okay? So we will bring you a report that shows whether your people are attending. Just note that if one of your people are not attending, and I think you know this, but I want to say it anyway, is if you wish to replace, just remember that because it's a board vote, you have to bring that change back to the board. Okay? That's all.
I have a quick question. So one of my members, she is very willing and happy to do this. And she said, well, when are they meeting? And I said, well, I wish I could tell you, but I don't necessarily know. And I told her, I said, let's go ahead and you can fill this position. And then if it doesn't work with your clinical schedule, then we can find someone else. And so that would still need to be a board.
Correct.
Okay.
Typically, typically if you have a change, that change comes to the board. Usually it's in a consent item. And it's just an update to the roster and the list, but it will be usually at a regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay.
Unless we have a special meeting, we can get it on there, but normally it just comes at the next regular board meeting.
But, Mr. President, there is the opportunity that they could not meet at lunch, right? They will get to choose what time they meet.
And that will be a discussion with the SHAC when they convene.
That committee
Yeah,
gets it.
with,
Okay.
when they select a chairman, chairperson, vice chairperson, and get their committees and everything. I mean,
So those
typically
are,
it's.
that's the committee meetings, but the big SHAC meeting, I think, is what Ms. Shelton is referring to. And
Yes.
that, in the
It's-
past, has been
Correct.
advised that it is noon and it cannot change.
There is actually nothing that says it can't change, and I think that's the discussion that the SHAC will have to have as far as, I don't know that anybody's put a proposal out for that, so I'm not suggesting that it's going to change, that there is no mechanism to say that it has to happen at
I know it's been a
lunchtime.
discussion for at least the last couple of years.
Correct.
And I think it's very gray then, because I think we were actually told, if I'm not mistaken, that that's the time that the meeting has to occur. And it's even on the application, can you meet at this time?
Sure.
And I
Yeah,
know
it
that
can be.
it's been feedback for several years now that that is very much a deterrent for a lot of community and parents because of work schedules, and generally, if you've got kids in school, you're still young enough to have a day job.
Sure.
And so we have been told in the past that that's not something that can change. And I think there was some discussion about staff availability and those kinds of
Yep.
things. But if it's something that can change, I think it's still a contentious problem that should be addressed, and we need to identify how that gets addressed.
Well, two things with that. One, as a board, it's our committee, and we can say what we need it to be if we want it to be a certain way. I would suggest that the SHAC and the SHAC liaison, or SHAC itself, as sort of a pseudo self-governing body of their committees and stuff, I would suggest that we let them bring that up if there is some overwhelming support to move things or change things, that they can have that discussion. And if that becomes a situation where we need to step in and help facilitate the discussion, I'm happy to do that, or have our new liaison from the board help do that. Again, I don't think we've discussed up here that it is something that's going to happen. There is no policy or bylaw that states it has to be at the time that it is. And it may not change, but if there is enough folks that need that to change, I think that's a discussion that the SHAC itself needs to have. That's my opinion.
And because that affects the ability to find volunteers, for one thing, and to appoint individuals to the committee, I think it should be something that we ensure there's a conversation around. And the SHAC, I think it's difficult to have the discussion here and then hope that the SHAC members have the discussion on their own.
Creates the agenda. I don't know that.
So we actually cannot have a whole lot of detailed discussion about this tonight, because the only thing we have on here is the roster about. So I think if we need to have that discussion to ensure that it happens, we can look at a future agenda to talk about.
You have a
that.
November 11th board meeting
If there's
that you can
specific
put it on
language
that
that-
agenda,
if
because
there-
you're deviating from your agenda.
If there's direction that we need to give SHAC, then we have the sole authority to do that as a board corporate. And so we can provide that information.
I would like to move that we add that as an agenda item on November 11th.
Well, at this point,
Oh, we're
we
not
can't
there
do
yet.
that. We can't do that tonight.
So we
But
do,
there are other mechanisms to accomplish that.
Okay,
As
gotcha.
part of our board operating procedures, if I get an email and a second email, that is my direction to add that to an agenda.
Okay, I want to make a comment.
What's your comment? Yes.
You're nervous, aren't you? I just want to say that I think we worked hard on the bylaws, and we didn't always agree, but I think we respected each other's opinion. And a couple of times it came up that there might be members that didn't have good attendance or were concerned that there was bullying, et cetera. And I think it's on us to monitor. If our person isn't in attendance, that's on us. We need to make this work and make this be a productive committee. And so I think it's on us to make sure that the people that we are so proud to vote for tonight follow those bylaws.
I agree. Thank you very much. All right. Item 5, executive session. At this time, the board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Section 551.074, to discuss personnel or to hear complaints against personnel, and the time is 7:26. Yeah. All right, we'll now reconvene into open session, and the time is 9:51. Item 7, matters from executive session. A, personnel including but not limited to administrative appointments pursuant to Government Code Section 551.074. 1, possible action on superintendent's formative evaluation. Do I have a motion to approve superintendent's formative evaluation as discussed in closed session?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Landry. Do I have a second?
Second. You go.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Item 8, adjournment, and the time is 9:52.